There's no option for extra riddle mode in the main menu. After you beat the game on each riddle difficulty, select hard riddle difficulty again, and it'll be on the extra riddle difficulty this time. You can save your game and check your action / riddle difficulty. Man, why does it feel like every website just gives me a completely different answer?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else?
But yeah, I'll have to do a tour of my office eventually so you can see, like, how big it actually is. Because it's not a bad office at all. Alright, and we don't need to watch the cutscenes because we've already beat the game. Alright, the blue gem. So that's for the alien ending. I should actually look up how to get the Doge ending. Does everything sound good, by the way? I just want to double check that it's not like the audio isn't like louder than me. Alright, Alright, so to get the dog ending, you have to play the rebirth ending. This allows you to get the dog key. After meeting the prerequisites, a doghouse will appear in a small, empty area across from the Rosewater Park. This is just west of Jack's Inn. Investigate the doghouse to find the dog key. Now that you have the dog key, you can use it in the observation room on the third floor of the Lakeview Hotel. It can only be used after it has changed to the other world, which the videotape to change it then opens the door to get the ending. It's all good? Sweet. Alright, it's gonna be black screen for a second. Bro, speaking of D&D though, my character was kicking some major ass our last session that we had. I'm pretty sure I got the first kill of our campaign, and then I also had the most kills in our campaign so far. But yeah, getting the Doge ending is the main goal for tonight, because there's still 2 endings for this game that I have to get. I do apologize for not playing this game for a long time, but I kind of got lost in the sauce with playing the Dead Rising series. Because those fucking games are just so much fun. And then starting up a lot of other projects that I've yet to finish. Like, that one horror game, Stay Out of the House, I'm gonna finish this weekend. I'm gonna try my best to basically get on a clean slate and finish all the side stuff that we started. I am gonna go back to switching games, every stream. So, like, one stream will be, like, Silent Hill, and the other stream will be, Dead Rising 3. Because with it being spooky season, I want to play some more spooky games. And that means doing more bad horror Steam games. Also, I still need to play Ghost of Tsushima. It just kind of sucks that I'm pretty sure it's a PlayStation exclusive. At least I think it is. I could totally be wrong. Yeah, it is a PlayStation exclusive. That's whack. No, you're all good, man. Being in stream is just enough. I'm normally just a lurker in streams, too. I rarely ever, like, chat in streams. I think Mason's stream is, like, the only one I actually chat in, just because it's fun to bully him, and just because you're there, too. But if it wasn't for that, I pretty much, like, never chat in streams. Especially with bigger streamers, I just don't think there's a point to actually, like, message half the time, because I know they'll never see it. Just like in Charlie's streams, you can basically, like, never get a word in, like, edgewise, because it's just people being like, hey, Charlie, did you hear about this YouTube thing that happened, like, 5 minutes ago? Or, hey, Charlie, did you hear about this really ridiculous, like, irrelevant thing from from, like, a month ago? But yeah, it has been a long time since I played Silent Hill. I actually don't even know when's the last time we played the second game. I want to say it's easily been like 3 months now. Most sane, moist critical chatter. Yeah, Charlie doesn't have any mods either, from what I'm aware. So, like, chat is just really unhinged sometimes. Nope, I just canceled it. I didn't mean to do that. I don't really watch his streams a lot anyways, unless he's doing, like, Bad Game Night or the, Smash Bros, like, tournaments. I'm not very good at Smash Bros, but I was watching Smash Bros tournaments, like, even before, stumbling upon, like, Charlie's channel. Or I guess that's not true. Before Charlie got into, like, the competitive scene, I guess is a better phrasing of it. Because I know the Moist Esports honestly haven't been around for that long. They're still, like, somewhat of a fairly new team. It's honestly super helpful that James will, like, move his head towards where there's, like, items or enemies. I hope that's something that they keep with the remake, when they finally decide to drop the remake. Because allegedly the Silent Hill remake, the second remake anyways. Man, I'm just getting all my words messed up today. What I meant to say was, the remake for the second game, from what I've heard, has been finished for a while now. They're just trying to find a good date to, like, drop it on. Which I don't know how much that is true. That just sounds like kind of cope to me. I feel like if it was actually ready, we would have seen a lot more information of it. Apparently, Mr. Mason's sister is struggling with multiplying 4 by 5 as a 6th grader. Or 4 times 5. You know, that honestly doesn't surprise me. It seems like the Canadian, like, I know I'm probably gonna pronounce it wrong, but the curricular, or whatever it is, like, basically their guidelines at their schools compared to, like, US schools is just really short. Because I had the same thing, or at least, like, I was under the same assumption. One of the girls that I used to date when I was in high school, was Canadian. And, at the time, just before we had broken up, I was a senior, and she was still in 11th grade. And she was basically still learning, like, counting money, multiplication, division, basically all that shit as an 11th grader. Yeah, curriculum. I know what how it's spelled and what it is, but with my speech problems, there was no way in hell I was pronouncing that word right. Oh, well, here's the hyper spray. I might have to use it. I know the trophy I thought was only to acquire it, but I might actually have to, like, equip it and use it. Am I missing something? Because I definitely have the spray. Oh, I guess it's just called the hyper spray. How do we get the green variant of it? Alright, so to get the hyper spray, you just have to beat the game on the hard difficulty. Uh, the color of the hyper spray is unlocked. That is unlocked is dependent on the star ranking you will get after completing the game. To get the green hyper spray, which kills virtually every enemy instantly, you must get 10 star ranking and also unlock the trophy Who Needs a Gun. The 10-star ranking is the hardest thing to get in Silent Hill 2. After beating the game, you'll see the results screens. There will be big stars and white stars at the bottom of the screen. Big stars count as 1, little stars count as 0.1. If you get 5 big stars and 3 little stars, your ranking is 5.3. To get the elusive 10 stars, you have to beat the game on hard action level, hard or extra riddle difficulty, only save 2 times, receive under 500 points of damage, beat the boat stage in less than a minute 30, defeat 75 enemies by shooting and melee, collect over... Wow, so basically... Wait, beat the game under 3 hours. What the fuck? Okay, so... Yeah, I don't want this stream to mainly just be me reading shit, but... From the way that article is making it sound, it seems like in order to get the hyper spray, I have to get 10 stars at the end of like a run, which from the way that it sounds is basically just like beating the game on the hardest difficulty while also getting a lot of like the miscellaneous trophies in a single run. So yeah, that doesn't sound fun, like, at all. So there's a good chance I'll have all but 1 trophy. Oh yeah, sorry. I saw your question. I forgot the answer. Um, yeah, we started dating like my senior year. Cause I think it was at like I think it was honestly at like the beginning of my senior year that I ended up breaking up with my ex. But yeah, apparently Canadian schools are just fucking wild and just don't actually like teach anything. Because I don't know if I told you the story, but this is also the same girl that didn't know who Adolf Hitler was. Because I remembered I had made like a gas chamber joke or something to her, and she was like, who's Adolf Hitler? I was like, you gotta be fucking with me. Like, that's just impossible that you want to know who Adolf Hitler is. You guys fought in that war. Apparently, they don't teach you about world wars in your guys' fucking schools. But yeah, I dead ass had to explain to this chick that like my my dude like gassed a ton of Jews and shit in a fucking like gas chamber, and then just her basically asking if that was a bad thing. I was like, yeah, he was a dictator in Germany in like the 1940s. He gassed a bunch of Jews, and then she's just like, oh, that's sad. Is that bad though? Yeah, of course it's bad, you dumbass. I don't know what they're teaching you in your fucking Canadian schools other than syrup sipping. I guess the only thing you need to learn in Canadian schools is just which trees are considered maple trees. how to make Canadian bacon. That's very generous. They don't make it, it's just sliced ham. It is so fucking stupid that they call it Canadian bacon, because literally every person I've ever met that's a Canadian has told me it's literally just sliced ham. I don't know why we call it that. I've never heard like a single Canadian argue that point that like, well, actually. Normally, like, the main excuse is just like, oh, it's because you're American and you guys bastardize our foods and give names to like give different meanings to like different things. And it's like, no, it's just sliced ham though. Ain't nothing special about it. I forget that it's just ham and Mr. Mason always brings it up. Yeah, it is literally just like because I've had it before. I live like right on the border of Canada, so like we get a lot of Canadian produce and stuff here, and like Canadian like special foods and stuff, like gross ass ketchup chips. So like I have had Canadian ham before. It literally just tastes like honey ham or just like ham that's been slightly lathered in like maple syrup. That's essentially all it is. It's just a sweet tasting ham. God, dude, my stomach still fucking hurts. Oh, that's right, I didn't pick up that key. Man, I really did not want to go in today, but I just have no choice but to go in. I've already taken like way too many days off. At this point, like, the only way I can really take like a sick day off is if I have a doctor's note, but I hate fucking doctors and hospitals even more than just being sick. So just out of stubbornness, I'm probably never going to do that option either. Especially the doctors around here. The doctors are a fucking joke. But speaking of Ghost of Tsushima, though, a really cool Souls-like game that I've been kind of wanting to play recently is I saw that Liza P has came out recently, and Liza P is actually really good. I was watching my buddy play it the other night when I stayed over. Alright, so I gotta look at this again. So I'm pretty sure the minute hand is like 15. Or maybe not. Alright, so it looks like the second hand is maybe 15. Middle hand is 2. Our hand is somewhere over on the side. Liza Pinocchio. It does look like a really good game, though. Wait, what do you mean I can't touch the face? Don't I have the fucking clock key? I literally just picked the key, the key up. Yeah, bro, I have the key, like, right fucking here. Bro, what the fuck is this shit going on about? I have the key. I literally have it in my fucking inventory right now. Like, what the actual fuck are you talking about? Oh my god, I forget this game isn't like Resident Evil, where I have to go into my fucking inventory to use the item. Oh, I could have done it the other way. That would have been faster. Alright, so I think it's 10. Oh, that sounded like a click that time, so I might have actually got it. Bro, what the fuck, dude? Jesus Christ. Oh, this fucking game. I love these games and fucking hate them at the same time. Okay, bro, what the actual fuck? It's on the right ones. Because there's no way it's the 9 hand, because then it'd be equal with the fucking... the 3. Bro, What the fuck, man? The hour hand is definitely gotta be the fucking 10. It's the right ones too. The long one's the minute hand. Bro, this is one of the easiest fucking puzzles in the game. Why is it giving me so much trouble now? There's just no fucking way, dude. Does extra riddle difficulty just not make the riddles work? Okay, cool riddle. That doesn't help me worth shit. Actually, what does this stupid fucking note say? 3 needles stand of 3 different heights. The fat one, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. What are you talking about, my guy? 3 is the 15. And what does that have to do with anything? That's... You know, I guess I'll see if it's the 9. It does look like it is almost just exactly like the same height. Jesus Christ, it fucking is. That's so retarded. Pardon the language, but it's true. I'm hoping that I don't actually have to do all that trophy shit in like a single run in order to get like the 10 stars. And maybe I just need to unlock all those trophies in order to get it. Because, like, there's no way I want to keep track of, like, how many enemies I killed with, like, the handgun, the melee throughout the course of the campaign. As it is, I'm pretty sure there's not even enough ammo in the game to, like, kill 75 enemies in a single playthrough. Especially on the hardest difficulty of all things. Since typically, like, the only thing that changes about the difficulties is just how much damage enemies deal. And, just, like, how limited on resources you are. And enemies in this game are already spongy as is. Man, apparently I just need to stop hanging out at Sammy's house. I don't know how it is every time I go to, like, spend the night or hang out at his place. I always end up getting fucking sick. And it seems like I always get plagued with, like, stomach problems every time I'm there, too. And admittedly, as much as I love Sammy, his place is kind of gross. Can't really blame his kids for that one either, because they've always been kind of like that. Because even when we were roommates and we were both, like, renting together, their side of the apartment was just always kind of disgusting. One BDB. I don't know what that means. So one back down back. That was the only thing I could think of. Or wait, let me check it out again. Might be able to get it actually. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm not really too sure. Alright, let's try again. So start on 1, back, down, which would be 12, and then back. Huh? Oh well. I'm not gonna spend too much time doing the safe. I know in like one of my runs I spent like 15 minutes trying to get that fucking safe open. Oh, that's right, I don't have any map of this building yet. Oh, but yeah, so anyways. Yeah, it seems like every time I've gone over to his place, I have gotten like food poisoning. And their place has always been just kind of dirty. I'm just kind of assuming that it might be something intestinal. Just because, like, when I was actually able to use the bathroom, my shit was darker than Claudette's skin. But at the same time, it could also just be because of, like, having flu and being dehydrated. Because I know dehydration will also cause your dookie to be like that too, just very dark. Yeah, Jared, you like that one. I do think Claudette's skin is, like, insanely fucking dark. Like, in contrast to all the other characters, I don't know why her character model is like that. Because, like, Elodie, Adam, like, none of the other characters are like that at all. And it's not consistent either, because with some of the Claudette costumes, her skin tone also changes. Racism? Well, maybe Dead by Daylight should make some better character designs. I'm convinced that Behavior just doesn't know what human beings are, because a lot of the characters just don't look right. At least a lot of the OG characters, I think, look disgusting. The newer characters, they seem to put a lot more effort into. Even human beings don't know what human beings are, true. I feel like most of the people that just work at behavior are just fucking glued to like the Dead by Daylight Rule 34 like subreddit or something. Because it seems like the only thing they ever acknowledge is people like simping their fucking characters. They don't do anything to actually like try to fix them half the time. If anything, they just make them worse. Like with the portraits. The new portraits are just disgusting. A Hooked on You Hunter skin is pay to lose. Yeah, because then you get to know who all the fucking weirdos are. I've contemplated trying to, I contemplated playing the Hooked on You game on the channel before, but I heard from a lot of people that it's not even actually that good. I've heard a lot of people say that it's basically just like a dating sim, but I've also heard some people say that like, oh, Hooked on You was quite good actually. That actually expands on the characters' backstories. Which I think is a load of hooey. Because even like a lot of the shit from the tomes don't make any sense like lore-wise. They should have added more characters. It just felt like a quick cash grab. Bro, it honestly, it really was. One of the things that I still think that irks me is in Rafe's original backstory. They talk about how, like, yeah, Wraith was just, like, he was just an average, he was an average guy, came to America to try to find work and stuff. Ended up working in, like, an auto, at, like, an auto scrap yard, where it came to find out it was being ran by the Mafia. And, like, this hurt him, it struck him real deep because he had never hurt a person before. But at the same time, one of the first tomes for Wraith is, yeah, back in, wherever Wraith was, I don't want to be racist, but I'm pretty sure it was, like, Africa or something. And it goes on about how, like, yeah, this militia came in and, like, raided his village in the night, murdering and, like, injuring tons of people. And so, as an act of revenge, Wraith kind of, like, doused the camp in gasoline and, like, burnt the whole place down. And that's where the Fire Wraith skin comes from. And it's just like, that doesn't make any sense, though, from his original backstory. Where he's apparently never hurt a soul before, and he's a kind man that just ended up in a shitty situation. It was Africa? It could have been, like, the Caribbean, fucking Jamaica. I didn't want to be that guy. my Dookie being about the same color as Claudette was a little bit overboard. So I didn't want to do another baddie right after the first one. Big Papa moment. The biggest Papa moment. Y'all heard of a Larry moment, but that's a Papa moment. Alright, I gotta use my big brain and think now. Where's the last coin? So I got the one from the courtyard. I got the one from the juice. Oh yeah, I think I need to get a key or something to the fucking, one of the rooms. That doesn't look like I have one. Speaking of Larry, I wonder how he's doing. I haven't heard from him in a while. He could be dead for all I know. I know I've seen the Goofy Goober on Twitch a couple of times streaming the new Assassin's Creed game. I think in the last coin is probably over in the apartment building that we crossed over into. I'm actually kind of curious if Mirage is any good. I heard from a lot of people that it's pretty mid. Oh, that was a good one. But yeah, I heard from a lot of people that it's apparently really mid. It just seems like a kind of like a remake of the first one almost, where you're kind of just like going around talking to people, trying to find your targets to like assassinate and stuff. But it just seems like a more developed like first Assassin's Creed. The first Assassin's Creed game I definitely think is the worst. It is so fucking boring. It is literally just you go to point A, talk to one person. He'll give you details about your target. You go to a location, you eavesdrop on people, pickpocket to try to get information, gather enough information, you assassinate them. The only thing that really changes is maybe they have more guards. But the first game is just so fucking awful and just so slow. Once they introduce Ezio, I definitely think that's when this series starts to pick up. 3 wasn't too bad, but 3 is very glitchy. Three was like super glitchy and combat was kind of just like a joke because you can just instant parry almost as all of the enemies. Just because I'm a basic bitch, I still think Black Flag is probably one of my favorites. Huh, did this place just open up all in its room? It must have, because I could have swore this place was locked up earlier. Yeah, Assassin's Creed 3 combat was just kind of a joke. I remember my buddy did like a challenge where he got like a wanted level in like one of the biggest towns in the game. And he was like, alright, I'm gonna see how long it is that I can survive. And it just, dude went on for like literally forever because the guards are just so incompetent in that game. And you can literally just like parry instant kill everyone. I know Black Flag was like that too. I think Black Flag was easier because it also introduced like the pistols and stuff. So like fucking Edward could basically just hold like 8 flintlock pistols and just like rapid fire down all the enemies. Unity was not very good. I still think Unity was probably one of the weakest ones. I will say story-wise it is really good. Just gameplay-wise, I think that one is probably one of the most like underdeveloped in the series. That game was built up to just be like a multiplayer game, which is the exact opposite of what I would want from an Assassin's Creed game. Nope, went the wrong way again. I'm trying to think, what came after Unity? I think Unity was, after Unity they had fucking Syndicate, I think it was. I didn't play Syndicate. I don't know what it was, I just couldn't get into it at all. Oh, there's also Rogue. Rogue was pretty fun. Rogue was basically Black Flag, but took place in fucking Vermont and Canada. I'm actually not even joking about that either. Part of the game did take place in Vermont. It's also like the first video game ever, or any sort of media, that I've ever heard reference the Abenaki. Like coins in the hazy aether tossed, our souls must be their sinful weight descend to earth, with lightness lost, to right the sins that they have laith. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna look this one up.
Yeah, but
Oh. But yeah, I never really played Syndicates. Oh, so I am on the extra difficulty mode. Fuck yeah. Because I just looked up the results for this, and yeah, I'm on extra difficulty, which is nice. That's exactly what I needed, baby. But yeah, Origins was super good. Odyssey, I think, was probably my favorite. Just because, like, Greek mythology is just super cool. I didn't mind Valhalla. Valhalla was pretty decent. I just didn't like the whole, I didn't like the whole arc of it where you're basically in Valhalla fighting amongst like the other gods and stuff, like Loki and shit. I just did not care for that one. Time to find my home 500 years ago. Bro, I wasn't even alive 500 years ago. I know I'm getting up there in age, but I ain't that old yet, man. I don't want to think about getting older right now. My birthday's next month, and it's already making me depressed. You lost me with your AC opinion after Odyssey? Bro, Odyssey was so good, though. Alexios and Cassandra are just Giga Chads. Admittedly, they have nothing to do with, like, the Assassin's Creed lore at all, besides just, like, having the hidden blade. The DLC really being, like, the only thing to bring up Assassins, like, whatsoever. But, I don't know, I love that, I just love the playstyle of those games. It just reminds me of, like, what the Witcher games should have been. Because I love the Witcher story, but the combat in that game is so weak, though. The combat just pretty much boils down to just floaty combat with, like, swinging your sword around. And just remembering, like, certain spells that some enemies are weak to. But, you know, I thought Odyssey was one of the best ones. I thought everyone loved Odyssey. I love that Pyramid Head moves around like he's swimming in molasses. He only moves with like any sort of like emergency after I've fucking kicked his ass. I just hated Odyssey because it got rid of everything AC was known for. I mean, I guess that's fair. I think their main issue was just labeling the games as Assassin's Creed. I know they made a statement that, like, Assassin's Creed Mirage is going to be our Phase 3 with the Assassin's Creed series. I feel like the way they should have gone with it is just be like, they're not assassins, but it's in the same universe as the Assassin's Creed games. They should have just named it something completely different, unrelated to Assassin's Creed, because all Ubisoft games are in the same universe. Like, all the Far Cry games, fucking Ghost Recon. I almost said the R word again. But yeah, like Ghost Recon, stuff like that, Far Cry, Assassin's Creed, it all takes place in the same universe. Like, every Ubisoft game just takes place in the same timeline. Man, I haven't even been saying the R word that much recently. I don't know why I want to, like, drop it so hard now. Ghost Repo Tarts. I mean, I try not to say it because obviously I'm on Twitch and I don't want to get in trouble. And I think everyone knows by now that I'm a little edgelord. Well, I'm not so little anymore. I'm 25, or turning 25, but still. I'm little in height. There we go. I feel really short compared to most other dudes, even though I'm average height. But it still feels like everyone in this fucking state just towers over me. To be fair, most people that play those games are the huge R words from what I've seen. Man, Ubisoft is kind of just like a guilty pleasure for me. I love all Ubisoft games, even Far Cry. I know every single Far Cry game is going to be the exact same, but I will still always fucking buy them because I just love the playstyle of, like, Ubisoft games. I love exploring the maps. I love, like... As long as you have a new story in those games, I will continuously just keep buying Ubisoft games. Even fucking shit games like New Dawn, I bought. And I still enjoy New Dawn, too, a little bit. I know a lot of people are like, this is the worst Far Cry game ever. I actually still enjoyed it. I guess I'm just a glutton for punishment. But at least unlike Larry, I know that I have a bad taste in games.
Mary?
Mary? Microaggression. Ironic that you're playing as a character that also wants to be punished. In a lot of ways, I can relate to James. I'm a very judgy person, but at the same time, I also feel like I need to be punished myself. Admittedly, I'm a very judgmental person, or just have very high standards and opinions of certain things. Oh, you know, I think I know why I want to keep saying the R word so much. I was actually watching South Park the other day, and it was the episode of, like... It was one of the episodes with PC Principal, because PC Principal is one of my favorite characters in that show. And it was the one about the newspaper. PC Principal is, like, reading the newspaper, and then he, like, storms off into the school hallways, and he's like, "Hey! Who thought it would be funny to write retard in the school's newspaper? When I find out who wrote this in this newspaper, I'm gonna break their fucking legs." He's like, "Stan, are you responsible for this?" Actually, PC Principal, he wrote the school paper. And he points to Jimmy. He's like, "So, PC Principal, you gonna break his legs?" Or no, it was Timmy, not Jimmy. Or wait, no, Jimmy. Fuck, I got the cripples mixed up. It was one of my favorite episodes, though. I think a lot of the Jimmy episodes are probably just one of my more favorites. Alright, so I got the dog key now, so we don't have to worry about that. Now we just have to worry about getting to the end of the game. I haven't even tried to watch any of the newer South Park stuff. I heard from a lot of people that the whole, like, COVID chapter in, like, South Park was just not very funny in that whole season. I just got gangbanged by flashbangs up until I died. Aren't you playing Ghost of Tsushima? What are you getting flashbanged by? They like throw bags of like flaming dog shit at you. I don't even think they... I was gonna say, I don't even think they had flashlights back then, but I think that was a given. I don't know what they're called, but if you get them, they're the same as flashbangs. Yeah, because honestly, the only thing I could think of is like... kind of like a smoke bomb or something. Someone throws like a bomb in your face. Just pocket sand.
Did you find that lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
My body is so warm that I can feel like... I can feel the water go down completely until it hit my stomach. I wish my body wasn't such a weak little shit. I hate being sick so fucking often. Gotta remember to take my Flintstone gummies before bed. They're not actually Flintstones, I just like Flintstone gummies. They're like little square, like fruity gummies. But I got vitamins and stocked up on a bunch of medicine to try to prevent myself from getting sick. I will say though, besides from my stomach hurting, the other symptoms have gone down like a lot. So I'm glad that I was able to like catch it a little bit early. Because otherwise there probably would have been no stream today. But I already didn't stream last week just because I was hanging out with friends. Or last weekend. And I really didn't want to miss out on more days. I got an obligation to stream for Jared. Also, because the only other way to grow in this bad boy is if I keep streaming, so I gotta keep up all the hard work. You did? I did what? Stream for you? At this point, I pretty much do just stream for you. And chat's been so dead lately. You're like the only person that actually shows up to stream. I know Mr. Mason does when he can, but... But at the same time, I kind of expect it, though. Being a variety streamer is already kind of hard enough. Or, I guess I should switch that. Blowing up on any platform is already hard enough. Add in the fact of, like, variety streaming and never playing, like, the same game. It's pretty difficult. I definitely did not choose the path of least resistance. But it is going to be much more satisfying when I do actually manage to get somewhere with this channel. And to be fair, I guess I am in affiliates, which is further than most other people get. I definitely think most people quit before they ever reached a chance to become an affiliate. Because that 3 average viewer is pretty rough. Oh, my nose is itchy. I really need to get an MP3 player for work. I'm getting kind of sick of just listening to the radio station at work. Oh, that's the door I just came out of. Some of the songs they play on the station aren't too bad. But, just like all other radio stations, it just gets very repetitive. But I pretty much just listen to, like, a rock station at work. For some reason, around here in Vermont, we don't really have any, like, metal stations, which fucking sucks. So, like, most of the music that I would want to listen to, I can't. The majority of, like, all of our stations here are definitely, like, country stations, religious channels, like, pop. We even pick up, like, on a couple of Canadian channels that pretty much just play pop, too. I wish I didn't have to be a fucking weirdo and carry around an MP3 player, though. But we're not allowed to use phones at work. Oh, I got a lot more bullets now. Is this shotgun shells? Jesus, man. I'm on normal and these fuckers are still so spongy. But yeah, it's not a bad radio station. I just wish it had more diversity to it, though. This radio station has, like, one Metallica song. It only has, like, one Korn song being Freak of a Leash. Or Freak on a Leash, so one of their most popular songs. Same with Disturbed. It only has Down with the Sickness, and then it's a heavily edited version where it doesn't have, like, the last section of it. But I feel like the majority of that radio station is just Foo Fighters and Red Hot Chili Peppers, which I don't mind. But then there's also a couple songs that I don't like either. There's this one really annoying song by 9 Inch Nails. They play it occasionally. There's also this terrible fucking cover of Last Resort by Falling in Reverse that's on there too. Where it's supposed to be like a... It's supposed to be like a slower, like, acoustic version of it. Which, honestly, I don't even like Last Resort anyways as a song. I think Getting Away with Murder is definitely one of Papa Roach's better songs. Which 9 Inch Nails song is it? That's a good question. I can look that up real quick. Okay, so it's 9 Inch Nails Closer. I thought it was called Animal just because in the song the dude literally just says, I want to fuck you like an animal. But I guess that must have been too close to the Nickelback song. And yeah, Falling in Reverse is pretty good. Just that one cover is just terrible though. It's definitely more of like a sad boy, kind of like emo music. But some of their songs are pretty okay though. Oh, I'll be right back. I think I either gotta take a fat shit or I gotta throw up. shit was almost like completely fucking black.
Yikes.
Which normally indicates intestinal disease, infection, or bleeding in your stool. So I probably got fucking food poisoning again.
What the fuck?
I'm not going over to their place anymore if I'm just gonna keep coming back with food poisoning. But that still doesn't explain the other symptoms that I had. Like yesterday having just like the really bad headache and just like strain. So I also just don't really know what it is either. It could be a flu because I saw that darkened stool can also happen if you're super dehydrated, which would happen if I do have the flu. But if I'm feeling like shit by Friday, I might take a doctor's visit to get a note at least so I can stay home and rest up. Since that's apparently my only means of recovering at home. Yeah, I'm trying to take care of myself. Were you surprised that I even went in today?
Were you asking me?
Yeah.
A little. You were looking pretty rough this morning.
Yeah, I don't have a choice though, otherwise I would stay home.
Yeah, I quite nasty alright, Mother.
All things considered, I was actually doing pretty well today. It wasn't until towards the end of shift where I started to feel sick.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's right, baby.
Are you watching cartoons? It looks like it's frozen. Yeah, that's not cartoons, babies. That's Mama's messages. That's not kids YouTube. I'm trying to find the YouTube kids. There you go, please. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a naughty naughty guy.
I don't know, it feels almost worse after taking those tons of Pepto.
You gotta listen to work.
Yeah, it was just almost like immediately after taking it though, it just felt worse. But I mean, it's Pepto though, I don't think it's gonna do anything bad to have it.
No.
Boy, my stomach. It feels like I have to shit so bad, but I can't. I hate my fucking body so much. Oh, nice. I only had one bullet left. Oh, but I do get a shotgun, though. Man. You know, I'm kind of glad I grew up in the time period that I did, because I was able to witness some, like, super great shit. Like, Courage the Calorie Dog and just, like, a lot of the cartoons that I grown up to love. But man, at the same time, I also grew up way too late for cybernetics and shit to be a thing. Where I could just replace my organs with just, like, artificial ones. Because at this point, I just want to be more machine than human. I just don't even want to fucking feel pain no more. I'm so tired of being sick and having so many stomach problems. I feel like my whole life I've had nothing but stomach problems. Did you know? Guess none of the doors over here are unlocked. Both are cringe. Oh, the Nine Inch Nails song and Falling in Reverse. Yeah, I can handle Falling in Reverse, but just that yeah, that Nine Inch Nails song just fucking sucks. Big Papa's Kurt Cobain confirmed. I don't get the reference. I mean, I know who Kurt Cobain is, but why am I like Kurt Cobain? Is it just because I'm shotgun blasting enemies right now? I don't think I have any note for this door. I don't think I have any celebrity, like, lookalikes. Kurt Cobain had a lot of stomach problems. I mean... Yeah. How did you know that Kurt Cobain had a lot of stomach problems? Is that like a well-documented thing? I got a key for the examination room, but which one? So... Never mind, I was gonna say there's a locked door at the end of this hallway, but there is not. Oh, this might be the key to the first floor. Shit, that's right. I research in the bands a lot that I like. I mean, I used to know all the members of like Slipknot just because like they were one of my favorite bands for a while. But most of that information is kind of just lost to me now. See, Kurt Cobain sounds pretty chill then. Because if I could be more machine and just never have to feel this fucking pain again, I would give it anything, man. The pin number this month is T, last month it was X, and before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? Alright, so it looks like I'm looking up the answer for that one. Too smooth brain for that shit. And also because we've already played this game so many times, so trying to get these trophies with gusto. Not trying to linger too long on them. Bro, you're literally saying what he said? You know, maybe... Would the Kurt Cobain die? Maybe I'm just like... He died and his soul just like traveled inside of me. That was probably one of the worst ways I could have said that, but you know what I mean. Kurt Cobain was inside of me. You know, maybe that's why I'm so suicidal, too. I can blame it on the goose. It's got me feeling loose. Oh, so he died like 4 years before I was born. Blame it on the alcohol. Blame it on the vodka. Blame it on the Henny. Blame it on the blue tap. Got you feeling dizzy. T-Pain. Girl, I know you feel good. Just like you look. Couple more shots, you open up like a book. I ain't tripping. Kia, I'm just trying to read ya. Hold on, reloaded. Ugh. Bust. I kind of like that they don't put the save room in, like, Maria's room. James apparently just wants a room completely separate to her. Opposite end of the ward. Is he still alive? No. Oh, I got all the codes for this now. Was it this one that was 773? Nice. Oh, I can hear my kid out there cawing like a seagull. I got the roof key. Man, that's kind of crazy, though. I can't get that out of my mind now that that's kind of like almost verbatim what Kurt Cobain said. I guess great minds always think alike. I just read the last code is this bloody wall. So it looks like a 3954. I don't know, right, dude? Fucking stomach aches are always the worst. I know it might seem like I'm handling it well right now, but on the inside, I just want to cry. Oh, I guess I was on the right floor. I always feel dread when I have them. I definitely feel like based on past experience, I either have food poisoning again, or I have the flu. Oh, yeah, it's a code. I'm fucking stupid. I'm pretty much, like, giving myself to the end of this week, and if I don't feel any better, I'm unfortunately gonna have to make a hospital trip, so at least I can get a note. Because then I can get a doctor's note and then stay home and recover up a little bit. Oh, that's right. You can't combine them in the inventory. You just have to, like, use it where you need it. Have I even discovered what the drain is yet? I feel like I haven't even been to that room. I think it's on the second floor, though. And apparently I missed one of these doors. Yeah, I missed that one. Yeah, I totally get what you mean, though. I feel dread, like, every time I have a stomach ache, because there's nothing I hate more than vomiting. And every time I have a stomach ache, I'm always just paranoid that, like, oh no, I'm gonna puke. Oh, I despise vomiting. Definitely one of my least favorite things. I'm a very violent, like, vomiter, too. Like, I'm super loud. It fucking hurts like hell. Basically, like, projectile vomits. I basically look like the plague when I vomit. That's, like, a good, like a good image of how I typically, like, throw up. I hate it so much. And then, like, my fiance, most quietest fucking vomiter I've ever heard. A lot of times when she is sick and does vomit, which is very rarely, unless she, like, fucks with her gag reflex again, you never hear her vomit. It is just so quiet. She doesn't even look like it phases her. She's a fucking monster. I vomit and the whole neighborhood's gonna know about it. I always think of vomiting as a blessing in disguise, because after it's done, then I start feeling much better. I wish that was the case for me. I normally just feel worse afterwards. Because, like, my lungs are already kind of shit from having, like, asthma and stuff. I feel like after I'm done vomiting, I'm basically just dry heaving over the toilet for, like, 15 minutes. And because I hate vomiting so much, and I hate even listening to someone vomit or seeing vomit, that makes me just want to puke again. And then it's just this endless gross cycle of just destroying myself in one sitting. Honestly, I'd rather just have the shits. If I'm being honest. I'd rather just, like, have to get up every 5 minutes to use the restroom than to vomit. Is there a different elevator I need to take? Where's the elevator for down here? that's it again. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I got the elevator key. I'm assuming it's one of those things where one of the elevators just has like a different button. Speaking of bathrooms, I think I gotta go again. I wasn't able to go last time, even though it obviously feels like I need to. No, there we go. I just needed to, like, bring it down to the first floor since it's a different elevator. I think once I reach another save point, I might call it a night. Just because I'm really starting to not feel good. I'd hate to end stream super fucking early, too. I always hate doing it. Aw, damn, I should have saved ammo for this boss fight. I feel like I've been severely lacking in ammo this run. Well, I think the only other ranged weapon I have is the hyper spray. Which doesn't even look like it's hitting them. I guess just treating them like a pinata is pretty easy. They're not even, like, doing anything. Until they do actually manage to escape. Man, why do these things feel like they have so much health this time? Guess I should just put it on easy mode. I'm even using the steel pipe, which is stronger than the fucking... the nailed plank. And it's just not doing anything. Definitely think this is the longest I've ever had this fight go on. Jesus, what is this? Resident Evil? There we go. Now they're finally dead. Oh, never mind. Even the residents are evil. I just don't think that's probably one of the best jokes in that game. I don't know if they're residents, but they certainly are evil. I'm pretty sure most people know this, but the reason that the series is called Resident Evil is because in the US, in order to copyright something, it at least needs to be 2 words. So they did like a poll or something in the office, or like a little discussion on what they think the name should have been for the series, for them to be able to get like copyright in the US, and everyone had just collectively kind of decided on Resident Evil. Because originally the series was just called Biohazard, but literally there's so many fucking things that have Biohazard in it.
James. James.
Okay, so now it just seems like it's a Streamlabs issue. Gotcha. Huh. Well, that's awesome. Is the audio working now, though, Jared? I'm gonna assume yes. But, yeah, I was saying how it seems like every time I unplug my Xbox now, I have to, like, redo my audio settings. Which, you know, isn't a bad thing either. I really should take more, like, caution and care setting up the stream and testing audio and stuff before I start streaming. But, yeah, anyways, welcome back to Silent Hill. The goal tonight is I'm gonna try to finish up this run, and then that should only take like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, depending on how much of the ending I remember. And then I was just gonna go straight into the next playthrough of doing the UFO ending. Also, Jared, I'm assuming you're joking, but are you actually not able to hear me still? Okay, because I wouldn't put it past me to not have it fixed either. But yeah, I want to try my best to finish up this game tonight. Try to get as many of the trophies as possible, so we can move on to Silent Hill 3. Did I just barely kill these guys? I think after I finish up Silent Hill 3, though, I'm gonna dive right back into the Resident Evil stuff. Yeah, I'm feeling better. Admittedly, it was kind of risky going out for drinks, even after, like, my stomach had been so messed up prior. But, yeah, I really didn't want to miss out on going to, like, the bar and hanging out with everyone. It only ended up being just 3 of us, me, my fiance, and one of our other friends from work. Which, honestly, I was kind of fine with. I think I probably would have been more stressed out if there was more people. And no, I probably won't be doing separate ways yet. I know that, I know the last Resident Evil game we played was, Resident Evil 3. Or one of the spin-offs. I'm pretty sure it was 3, though. But yeah, there's a couple of, like, spin-off games that we have to play, before we get to the 4th one. Well, even after Res 3, even if I played Res 3 and I was going from, like, the, in terms of, like, chronological releases, excluding the spin-off games, technically Code Veronica would be next. What, honey? Alice, I'm not in the mood for this right now, baby. It's dead. Go grab Daddy's phone. But yeah, I think in terms of spin-offs and like how many games it's gonna take before we get to the 4th game, I think I've already did Dead Aim. I think Dead Aim was the PS1, like, first-person Resident Evil game. So I think it's Resident Evil Survivor, Outbreak Files 1 and 2, then Code Veronica, and then Res 4. There's too many nurses here. I might actually need to just use a gun. Nope, I never actually equipped it. God damn, why does it take so much fucking ammo to drop these guys? Alright, so this is the fridge. I need to come back with Maria to help me open it. When we do get the Res 4, I'll probably play the remake first, though. Because I think that's how I've done it on the channel so far, is I played the remakes first, and then I played the originals. I think the Tremor cameo looks pretty interesting. The, like, one move that they showed off, at least. It literally feels like they showed off just one move, and then that same move, but enhanced. I do like his design, though. I think his design is fucking awesome. It's on the charger, babies, next to the laundry basket.
Where?
In the bedroom, honey.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, here's a hoping for a combat cast. Because, yeah, I do agree that, like, we did not get to see much of Omni-Man.
Dad, I found my cup. Look, Dad, I found my cup. I still got all this thing on it. Got pink eyes. And no, it's round face. And no, it's round chest. And no, it's brown ears.
Alright, I need to find... I think the third floor was the one that had the stairs opened up. I think Mac and Cheese, their piss maker, is next. Wasn't it supposed to be, they were gonna release the characters based on, like, the order they showed up in trailer? But I wouldn't mind if they did it off and on like that. They give us, like, one, if they give us kind of, like, one special character, and then, like, an MK character, special MK. I'd be totally fine if they did something like that. I think it might have been the second floor. Is it just me, though? Did Omni-Man seem kind of slow in the game? It could have just been them trying to, like, play him, like, cinematically. Because it is, like, a trailer. I don't know, he just looks kind of slow. Okay, where the fuck is the stairs? His move seemed kind of slow, but everything else seemed fast. I don't know, the only thing that seemed kind of fast about him was his like fucking projectile parry, which I think is kind of cool. There's not really a whole lot of characters that have like a projectile parry like that.
Here on my present. Dad,
Alice, I don't know what you want, honey.
to press it for hours. I was going to press it.
Are you gonna grab the phone or what?
And rubbing my present. So cute and soft. Look, baby, it's got a unicorn and it's got a blue on its tail.
Yeah, they showed one of his special moves. It was just a parry. Unless all of his like special moves are just like physical based or something.
James.
James. Yeah, that is pretty cool that that's his fatal blow. My buddy Sammy was telling me that both of his fatalities are references to like the actual show too.
Dada's store for you, Dada.
Alice, that's not what I was looking for, Bibes. Dude. Jesus Christ, kid.
I can find that juice. I drink all the juice. Dad, I drink all the juice.
Congratulations, Bibes.
I found this bottle in this small daddy bedroom. Because it's dark here, I put my flashlight on.
Yeah, I figured it was. I know you and me were making jokes about that the other day, or comments about that. About them bringing back like the train map. Also, I know it might seem like I'm being a little bit, like... I was gonna say rude or, like, frustrated today. But, she's just been up my fucking ass, like, all day. I mean, I'm not really being mean to her. She's just not listening. Which, what's new there? She never does. She's been kind of just annoying and just very chatty today. Just basically, like, tailing me around the house, just non-stop, just jabbering. It's the same reason why the cats piss me off sometimes, too, because, like, I'll be walking around the house... And it's not like our house is massive or anything. Like I said, we kind of just live in a trailer. But, like, the cats will just constantly just, like, walk under my feet and stuff like that. Just get in the way. And the urge to just, like, not fucking kick them across the room sometimes is strong. When I'm trying to just go to the bathroom or something in the middle of the night, and I have the dumb fucking cat just, like... tripping me over, which otherwise should only take me like 10 steps because the bathroom's right next to my fucking bedroom. Oh, is this where we get chased by Pee-Pee Head? Oh yeah, this is where we get chased. This is the elevator scene. I like that he, like, slows down and waits for me to pick up speed.
Open up!
James! James!
No!
James!
Maria.
Does Beans even do that? Yeah, Beans is the fucking worst when it comes down to all three of them. Beans literally just will walk out in front of you and just, like, flop on the floor, waiting for you to, like, pet him. He is the worst when it comes to fucking trying to get him out of the way. Also, I was questioning how she died. The first, like, well, I guess not the first couple of times, but every time we've played this game, I didn't realize that he had the spear and not the sword by this point. Even then, I feel like she should have easily been able to outrun him. Even in her, like, stupid, like, go-go boots, she should have been able to just, like, outrun him. Alright, but I gotta grab the wrench, go to the park, grab some items so I can get into the history museum. Yeah, I feel like I've had no fucking ammo this playthrough. And like I said, mind you, the difficulty is only on, like, normal mode. I guess to be fair, though, the majority of the game I kind of just used melee weapons. The only reason I'm really even using guns now is just because I have a trophy to, like, kill a certain amount of enemies with firearms.
I found some more juice in my bottle. There's more juice in my bottle.
Yeah.
I'm so very thirsty, baby.
Yeah, you still haven't grabbed the phone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I guess you really wanted to watch cartoons. Fucking kid came in here asking me to fix the phone and then completely forgets about the phone. Goofy ass kid. Alice. Yeah, her voice is it's adorable now, but when she starts screaming and hollering, it's a different fucking story.
I'm sorry, Dada.
Bibbies, are you gonna grab the phone so you can watch cartoons? I told you, Bibbies, it's by the laundry basket.
I don't want TV here.
What?
I don't want TV here.
Okay, so watch TV then, Bibbies. You just gotta be quiet, because Mama's sleeping. can't be blowing your fucking trumpet and kazoo at like 10 o'clock at night. That's a lot of ammo. Guess I know where all the ammo went. Guess to be fair, I would have a lot more ammo if I actually explored more. Although I have been kind of... Actually, no, that's kind of not true either, because I've been exploring more this playthrough than I have, some of the other, like, runs, because the other runs, I basically just speedran this game for the endings. The longest playthrough is always just, like, my first one. I can't remember at all if we ever got all the endings for the first Silent Hill game. I want to say we did. I feel like we've... I really just can't remember now. Honestly, it's not even like it happened that long ago. There, now I got some Blastos. But yeah, she is good. She is a cute and she is a good kid. When she listens. But I've been trying to get her settled down for a while though, because I've been getting ready to stream, and then, like I said, her mom is sleeping too, so I'm trying not to have her be so disruptive. And then I'm also streaming with my door open, which is something I normally don't do. But I need some sort of, like, light in the office, which, even with the door open, I don't think it's doing a whole lot for me anyways. I think I'm just gonna take the lamp in here, because there's nothing wrong with the lamp, it's just the bulb is dead. And I'm gonna replace it with, the only other lamp that we have, which should still be working. Also, I just went back to where I just came from. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to take that, like, underpass on Soul Street to get back to the town. But I'm just looking for more resources before moving on. Although at least this game is a lot easier than the first one. I still think the first one is probably one of the hardest Silent Hill games. Just because you have the dog enemies, which are pretty annoying. You have, like, the pterodactyls that are, like, impossible to fucking hit sometimes. And then just, like, every other variation of the enemies are just insanely spongy. Like the little molestation sloth or whatever the fuck it is that just, like, jumps on your character's back. The, like, reptilians in the sewers are pretty annoying, too. I thought that was a new note, but that's there from, like, the beginning. Can't tell if that's how the window is supposed to be designed or if there's, like, a dartboard on the window. Also kind of reminds me of Persona 4, when, like, you touch a TV in the game. Because, for those of you that don't know, the Persona games have, like, a, it kind of has, like, an other world similar to, like, Silent Hill. Just, like, a world that people, aren't aware of, like, its existence. So, like, in Persona 3, for example, they have something called, like, the Dark Hour, which is just, like, an hour within, like, a day, within, like, a 24 hours that, like, time essentially comes to, like, a standstill. And that's where, like, the shadows and stuff come from this, in the game. Persona 4 has something similar where the other world is, inside of, like, television sets. So people with, like, the power of, like, Persona and stuff like that can travel through, like, TVs and end up in this, like, other world. How long am I gonna be streaming? I guess just probably until I get bored or tired. I'm gonna try to finish this run, and then I'm gonna try to finish the final run tonight. So that might run me anywhere from like 5 to 6 hours. I do want to improve my streams and start having longer streams. I can't change anything about that during the week. Kind of like I'm starting to sound like Shaggy with just how much I just said like there. I can't really change anything about short streams during the week, just because I have work and stuff, so typically, like, the 3 to, like, 3.5 hours is kind of, like, the best I can do during the week. But on the weekends, I really should be trying harder to, like, make streams longer. If I get bored, I should just switch games. Like, do multiple games in a night or something. Because, like, a lot of the reasons I've been so depressed as shit recently is because I want to improve the channel. And I've been a little bit sad, admittedly, that, like, since hitting affiliates, the channel has kind of, like, stagnated really hard. Haven't seen, like, very minimal growth from, like, the channel since then. And the only solution for that, really, is just to stream more often. Like, that's really just the best you can do. It just kind of sucks a little bit because then I established a streaming schedule of like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then just like maybe one of the weekends. Had to change that up again because apparently Mondays now are D&D nights, which I was not anticipating, so that kind of sucked there. Oh, I'm going... Wait, am I? I don't actually think I'm going the wrong way. I think I'm actually supposed to be down here. But yeah, I'm trying to find a good balancing act with everything. A good balance of Twitch streaming, a good balance of, like, still being able to be alive and awake for work. Because my real job has to come first, because I need to pay the bills. And still maintaining, like, friendships and, like, being able to do the things that I want to do. It's all a balancing act. And admittedly, it's something that I'm not very good at. They say one of the biggest tropes about people with autism is that people with autism like to have established schedules and will typically live their day kind of like in a routine. I am definitely not one of those kind of people. I am practically like the exact opposite of like routine. But I do know there is still some truth behind that, like, stigma, though, because I've also met a lot of people who differ from me a lot in that regard. But, how you doing, though, Jared? As always, I always appreciate having you in. I don't think I've ever came back here before. There's some health items. I'll always take those. With how much I've been getting my ass kicked this run so far, I'll take all the ammo and health I can find. Just chilling. You still watching Mason stream too? I kind of left after a little bit. I just don't find CSGO interesting. I've never been a big Counter-Strike person. besides from like Overwatch, I think Counter-Strike might honestly be like one of my least favorite multiplayer games. You left to watch me. Oh, I'm back at the doghouse. Well, I already got the key for it. But glad to know in case if you missed it the first time, you can grab it again. Yeah, I've just never been a big fan of Counter-Strike. I remember one of my buddies really wanted to play Counter-Strike with me. And he was like pestering me for weeks to get it. He was like, I love the game. I think the economy of the game is cool with like the skins and stuff and like being able to make money off of them and like sell them and stuff. So if you don't care about skins, either just like gift them to me or just try to sell them. I was like, alright, well, that at least sounds like kind of cool, I guess. Still think the gameplay was kind of whack, but he ended up convincing me to play the game. I played the game for like an hour by myself. Didn't like it. And then I think once we finally got around to it, yeah, I think when he finally got around to like playing the game with me, he only played for like half an hour, and then I think that was it. I don't think we ever touched the game afterwards again. Such a big fucking waste of my money. And then the worst part was I bought the game and then it went free like a couple months after I quit playing. So I was never able to get like a refund or anything for that game. Fucking hate Counter-Strike. Besides from Left 4 Dead, I didn't really get the hype behind a lot of, like, Source games. I think Left 4 Dead was probably one of Valve and, like, the Source's best games. But other than that, I didn't care for CSGO. I still haven't played Half-Life. Just because I've never had a PC for the longest time, and even then, I really don't think you're missing out on much if you don't play Half-Life. I know most people will just recommend Half-Life just because, like, at the time the game was extremely iconic, and Half-Life is one of those games that kind of, like, revolutionized shooters a bit with trying to have, like, a more, like, cinematic and, like, plot-heavy universe in a game. Oh, this is one of the items for the bad ending. Oh well, I don't have all the other ones, so it's not like it's gonna do anything. To be fair, I think even if I have all these items, doesn't mean anything because I can still use the dog key before before them. Because I think if you're ever trying to go for the speedrun for this game, I think the dog ending might be the best way to do that. Just because it'll literally shave off like 10 minutes of the final part of the game. So if you're really like concerned about time, you can always just pick up the key and do that to get the trophy. I don't think there's anything else in here. I know when you come back through, like, new items will spawn in different spots, but I don't think anything changes about this place. Other than it's kind of just like a safe place to rest up, even though there's no save point in here. I don't know why this doesn't have a save point either. It's even got like safe room music. I think another reason I'm so, like, irritated today, too, or at least seem irritable, is because, I still woke up with, like, a hangover this morning. I had a wicked fucking headache when I woke up. But I was really smart about it, though. The entire time that I was out drinking last night, I at least had something to eat. Which was mozzarella sticks. Those mozzarella sticks were fucking bussin'. For real, for real. And I also had a lot of water while I was out last night, too. I think I definitely drank, like, the most out of all of us last night, too.
I'm here to make inflammatory statements on the internet, and then turn my notifications off.
I am a tough guy. I was slamming down alcohol like a champ. My first drink that I had was, it was called, like, an Island Breeze. It was rum, like, pineapple juice. I think there was, like, some other juice, too. It was, like, lemonade or something. But that one was really good. My second drink that I had was a Blueberry Bliss, which was basically, like, blueberry syrup and some sort of, like, cranberry juice or something mixed with more rum. Then eventually we ended up going to another bar because they typically do bar hopping, go to like multiple places. We had like a shot of whiskey, which I'm not a big whiskey person. Oh, I thought I already picked up the map. I think whiskey is admittedly kind of gross. Because I don't mind having the occasional drink, but I don't like actually tasting the alcohol. I'm definitely more of like a mixed drink person. I'm not like a heavy like whiskey or like bourbon person, or even vodka for that matter. And then I think the last thing I had that night was a Citizen Cider, which is like a Vermont brand, like beer that we have around here. It's a, like, seltzer beer that just tastes like green apple. BRB, I'm sorry. No, you're all good, man. You don't have to be sorry. Unless you're just sorry you're missing out on, like, my beer story or something. Citizen Cider. I'm pretty sure it's just like all apple-based like drinks. James, what are you looking at? Oh, that's right. There's another one of the items in there. But yeah, so it's basically like apple cider beer. This sounds like the most American drink ever. Besides Bud Light. Bud Light, Budweiser. Honestly, if there's a drink that has Bud in front of it, you know it's gonna be fucking shit. I'm also not a big beer person. Citizen Cider is like the only thing I actually like to drink. I think most beers just taste disgusting. Especially Budweiser. I think Budweiser is the beer that's like distilled with like piss or something. Like, I don't think I'm not making a joke about that either. I think it's actually like distilled with like human piss. I can't remember though if that was Budweiser or if I'm having like a false memory. I remember Charlie making a video about it. Oh, I don't have a map here. I wonder how close I am to the 75 gun kills. Because like I really have not used guns a whole lot in this game. I feel like I've gotten the majority of this game, honestly, just with melee. Which part of the wall is super weak? It all just kind of looks the same. Yeah, take that, Buster. I forgot I had a sip of another drink that night, too. I don't know why it doesn't just, like, keep letting me try this. I think it's just so dumb that it like pops me out. I have to go back in every time to do that. Trying to find more things to talk about, or I guess just things in general that's been going on in my life. Honestly, not really too much has been happening. Not like I really have an interesting life to begin with, but... I know the main thing right now, besides from like playing games on stream, is during my free time I've been playing Persona and Cyberpunk. I was having problems playing Cyberpunk on console, and it's not that I was having like any technical problems or stuff like that. I don't know, it just felt weird playing Cyberpunk on console. Cyberpunk is just one of those games that strikes me as like it's better playing it on PC than it is console, which is normally the case with most games. But with like the whole open world aspects and like modding and stuff like that, I decided it was probably best to like get Cyberpunk on PC. Although, honestly, I think the PC version might be, like, the glitchiest version of the game. I haven't had anything, like, game break-in while I've played it on PC, but I will say that I've seen a lot of reused character models and shit while I've been walking around the world. Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. Like, I'll go into, like, not necessarily, like, a main area, but, I'll go into, like, a shopping district or something, or an area where there's, like, a large number of people. So, like, outside of V's house, for instance. And I'll literally see the same character just, like, 4 times, or, like, the same character, side by side himself. And I've never had that issue on console, which is weird. It seems like it's just like a PC thing so far. You would just kind of expect the console version out of all of them to be like the worst. But I feel like that's kind of been a trend with like gaming recently. Just some games having terrible fucking PC ports. Yeah, I had to buy Cyberpunk on Steam because I don't think they didn't have it on the Xbox Game Pass for like the PC version of Game Pass. Because I have Game Pass, and then me and my buddy also, we share each other's account, too. So I have all of his games, and he has all of the games that I buy, which admittedly isn't very much, since he covers most of, like, the games that I'd be interested in anyways. I think after I'm done, like, 100%ing all the Persona games, I might move on to Liza P. Because that game seems like it's pretty good. I like the Dark Souls. I was never able to beat any of the actual Dark Souls games, or Bloodborne for that matter, too. I don't know what the fuck that was. Yeah, so far I have not ever finished a Souls game, or at least an official Souls game. Because some people's definitions of like what a Souls game is, I guess, could be different. Because I've beaten Neo 1, I've beaten Neo 2. I haven't done anything on, like... I think Neo 2 was the only game I actually, like, New Game Plussed to try to get, like, better items and, like, better loot. Yeah, Neo 1 and 2. Wulong, I've also beaten. Which is basically just Neo, but Chinese mythology instead of Japanese mythology. I'll have to actually check up with Wulong. Because I know around the time that I was playing, I don't think any DLC had dropped for Wulong, but there might be some now. I'm also like one trophy away from 100%ing that game, which was to defeat a certain amount of like invaders or something, which is pretty easy because it counts. The game will have like AI invaders that'll come like raid your world and stuff like that. So you're not forced to have to like fight human enemies if you don't want to get that trophy. Which is awesome. I fucking hate fighting against other people in those type of games. I remember there was one time I got Raiden in Wulong. I think it was like the only time I've ever actually fought like a human enemy in the game. And this dude had basically came in with a build that was I think it was based all around range. Which I thought was like one of the worst categories in the game, so I didn't even touch like the range category at all. But the dude basically like came in, raided my world, and fucking one-shotted me with just like a bow and arrow. And I was like, cool, this is peak gameplay. I was busy just like doing a mission, just trying to like complete the area and like do the map and shit like that. Just for a dude to basically just like camp where I needed to go with a fucking one-shot like bow and arrow because of his stats. If it wasn't for that build, I probably would have beat him too. Just because the build that I was running at the time in the game was just a very like tanky kind of like magic user. But I also had like armor where every time I dealt like elemental damage or something in that game, I would like regenerate like a portion of health. So most of like, my defense was super high, my HP was high, but then my actual like damage output was pretty high too. So I would use the ability to just like imbue all my weapons with like just a specific element, which was I think Earth, just because Earth was where I put most of my points into in Wulong. And so basically like every time I dealt some form of like elemental damage, I just recovered HP. So basically when I was swinging my sword, I was recovering health basically as fast as I was swinging and hitting them. And then since Wulong is basically just like Neo 2.0, I had one of the little like spirit creatures where like when I call them in for a special ability, it would make me like, I think it made me like invulnerable for a couple of seconds. I couldn't take damage at all. I basically like stayed inside of this like circle of healing, I think is what it was. Boy, I know oh. Someone died. I was gonna say, boy, I know I said I was gonna do that other run after this one, but I'm kind of getting tired already. Which kind of sucks, because I felt like I haven't really done a whole lot today. I didn't really do too much yesterday either, just because we went out drinking and stuff. So I just feel like I haven't really had much time to just, like, enjoy my weekend and play games and stuff. But I guess I'll have Monday and Tuesday, because Monday is our D&D days, and Tuesday is one of my off days. But yeah, I'm thinking after the end of our last run, I think whatever trophies I don't have by that point, I'm kind of just like, I'm kind of just gonna leave it at that. At least if I do try to attempt to get those trophies, I probably won't do it on stream then. Just because we've already played so much of this game. Granted, it's been like kind of spread out sporadically over like the course of the end of the year, or like the middle of the year, I guess. Yeah, honestly, I think I lied. I think I'll probably go to bed after finishing this playthrough. I honestly didn't realize how tired I was. And even with the energy drink, it's not really doing a whole lot to keep me awake. I know we still have like a whole nother section after this too. Because we've still got the hotel to get through, and I've always feel like the hotel is probably one of the worst areas in this game, just because of how confusing it is. Especially since we are on the extra riddle mode too. I don't actually even need to go down here. I think that's just for where I can get the Pyramid Head's knife. Honestly, extra riddle mode isn't too bad. I'm glad we got most of, like, the difficult trophies out of the way already. What side do I use this from? Oh, yeah, it might be this side. Oh, that'd have been so fucking cool if I got that first try. No, but I was pretty close though. I think that's the fastest I've ever actually solved that. Oh, okay, it went straight for the ladder instead of fucking grabbing the thing I needed. Well, on the bright side, at least after beating this on the extra riddle difficulty, and knowing now that playing on normal is just not worth it. If I don't get the trophy for like gun kills in this run, I should be able to get it on during the final one. Because, like, this is the 5th ending that we have, that we are going to be achieving. Because there's the 3, like, base game endings. The suicide ending, the Maria ending, and then the survivor ending. Then we also did the worst ending, making this our 5th one. So, if we somehow don't get the gun kills on, like, the final ending, I'm gonna be super surprised. Because I know I've said I primarily used melee throughout this, like, whole game for the most part. There's gotta be, like, I have to have some amount of, like, kills. I definitely don't think it's just getting, like, 75 gun kills in, like, a single playthrough or something. Because that seems just, like, way too much. It's over on this side. Oh, it's just a dead end. glad those guys just stand around for so long. Because this game has some really weird prioritization sometimes of just, like, where the gun locks onto, like, certain enemies. Oh, that's right, Pyramid Head does show up here. I think that happened the last time we played this too. That, like, Pyramid Head just randomly shows up down there. Because I remember, like, our first 3 attempts at doing that, he was never there. So I wonder if it's just, like, one of those, like, interesting encounters or something. That, like, only shows up if you've, like, beat the game a certain amount of times. I guess, like, a good example of that is, Resident Evil 1, how, like, after beating the game once, I think you have, like, the... whatever his name was, Enrico or something. The, like, suicide bomber zombie. Oh god, it's this fucking puzzle now. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to look up the results for this one. Alright, so what did he even say? This man was hung for the crime of murder. Justice and revenge have been served here. Alice, what do you got on your hands?
I clean it.
What is it?
I clean it on the magic. I clean my hands.
Show me your hands, babies.
So clean.
Why your hands look so red, honey?
I mean, why someone don't worry it when I can't find it.
Alright, I'll be right back. I need to figure out what the fuck my dumb kid's getting into. Oh yeah. I love this puzzle. Oh, I'm not even gonna bother reading it. Honestly, not really, Jared. Solution? The correct answer is the thief. So, do I not actually have to, Wait, what does the other one say? Because normally you have to pull all the bodies in, like, a certain order. The correct answer is the thief. The other one said the correct answer is the arsonist, but that doesn't make sense either. Because, like, there's like a certain order I'm pretty sure you were supposed to hang all these guys. Unless maybe there was no order to them the entire time. What happened? I mean, nothing really happened. I'm just tired, and she's just annoying me. Oh shit, I forgot which one was the thief already. Okay, the thief is like the one at the very end. So what is the... Is there like an order? Okay, yeah, so this is a riddle, I guess, just which one is innocent. So yeah, literally just pull all of them except for that last one. Or is it the other way around, maybe? Maybe am I only supposed to hang the thief? Okay, I guess I'm only supposed to just hang the thief. Yeah, no, like, it's nothing bad. She's just really annoying me. I've kind of just had enough of dealing with her today. Oh, I went the wrong way. She's getting into things that she's not supposed to be getting into, like her paint supplies. And fucking covering her hand in, like, paint and shit. Honestly, if it was up to me, I'd probably just throw most of it out anyways. I hate that for some reason my family just gives her paint and just fucking Play-Doh and shit all the time. Something that only lasts her like 3 days and just does nothing but just makes a mess out of my house. As far as I'm aware, I don't think there's any word still on when this game is coming out. The remake anyways. I'm pretty sure we talked about that last stream too, but yeah, from what I've heard, Konami confirmed that the game has been finished for a while, but they're waiting for like a good date to drop the game on. Because I've seen Konami themselves say something about that, and I've seen a lot of other people seem to share the same sentiments. I don't know if that's just Cope or if that's Konami just being Konami. But since that announcement, I really haven't heard like anything else about Silent Hill. It makes me wonder if it's going to be like a November release or something. Because I know a lot of games like to release just before like Thanksgiving on November. I know like all the Call of Duty games have basically always launched in November. I mean, at this point, they might as well just like... They might as well just release the game. It's not like they're gonna get Game of the Year or anything. Not with fucking Baldur's Gate and just like all the other games that came out this year. I'm betting that Spider-Man 2 is gonna win Game of the Year. No fucking shot. I definitely don't think Spider-Man's gonna get it at all. Because after the first Spider-Man and Miles Morales, I definitely think the hype of the game is probably just like not as big as it once was. Honestly, like, hands down, I think the only title this year that deserves Game of the Year is Baldur's Gate 3. Even if you're not like a big D&D fan or anything like that, the amount of shit that Baldur's Gate 3 has in the game, the sheer size of the game, like how different each playthrough is going to be because of like different classes and stuff like that, is just like insane. Because the D&D community is massive. D&D is only getting more and more popular as like a game too. What the fuck was that? I could have swore just like... Yeah, it's like a tree or something. I thought it was like a kraken out in the water. But yeah, the fact that Baldur's Gate was so good that companies were bitching about like, yeah, you shouldn't see Baldur's Gate 3 as like the new norm in the industry, just because they had a really big team working on it. So don't expect too much in the future. Not every game is going to be as good as Baldur's Gate 3 was. And it's like, what do you guys want? Make better fucking games then. Maybe don't pump out fucking half-finished dog shit that no one wants. Baldur's Gate 3 100% deserves Game of the Year. It's fucking crazy how, like, the gaming industry is, like... Their first instinct is, like, let's attack Baldur's Gate 3 because of how successful it is and how big of a game it is. Let's not try to learn anything from Baldur's Gate 3 and from the people that developed and made the game. That's totally not what we should be doing, is praising the game and trying to, like, make ourselves better. Let's just bash them for having a big team backing them. Did I get the trophy for getting there in the minute 30 at least? I don't think I did. Oh, I'm at 21 trophies now. What's the new trophy? Oh, I guess acquire the dog key, that's right. Oh, it's a minute 20 seconds? I saw in one of the things that it was a minute 30. Even then, I still have no idea how the fuck you're supposed to do that in a minute 30. You have no control over the speed of that thing. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I've always questioned how you're supposed to do that in a minute 30. You generally have no control over it. I don't think there's like a fast way to get to the menu, so I think this is the fastest way to do it. Yeah, because I don't understand how you're supposed to get that trophy either. It is literally just like predetermined. There's no way to make it go any faster. Oh, I used original voices by accident, but I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, I guess I'll try again, but... You know, I think it'd be a minute and 20 if the game didn't, like, leave you facing the opposite direction. Big Papa flashbang by the Xbox load up. True, my skin is so white that I just reflect other light. That's also a part of the Irish genetics, is I'm pretty much like translucent. There we go, that felt way faster this time. I held down the X button. I don't know if that actually helped, but I know the X button is like your sprint button in-game. That did feel faster though, so maybe that actually was what I needed to do this whole time. Well, it's another trophy in the collection. At least on Xbox, the only thing that matters is just gamer score, honestly. So I don't feel too bad if I have to leave a game un-100%ed. The other time it felt like DBD Survivor queue times. I mean, my Survivor queue times are normally pretty fast, but that's because Dead by Daylight only ever gives me, like, bonus blood points in Survivors. The category that I usually don't like to play. I still kind of just have no desire to play Dead by Daylight. I still have it on my computer. I haven't, like, deleted it or anything. I just felt no urge to play it. Be funny if it was just like a cat running across the keyboard. Kitty cat. Meow. What is the Doge ending again? It's essentially, it's similar to the UFO ending, where it's just supposed to be kind of like a meme. Basically, like, after you watch the tape of what happens to, Mary, if you activate, like, use the key right after, you'll open up a secret room where you find out that a dog has been kind of, like, controlling everything from the beginning. Yeah, the designs for the enemies and stuff in the series have always been awesome. But yeah, the reason that's a good ending too is because it completely skips like a pretty good chunk of the story too, towards the end at least. Like, you no longer have to do that final boss fight if you just do the, you can get the Doge ending. Yeah, it is nice that they have a couple of, like, humorous endings for a game that's as dark as the Silent Hill series is. That reminds me of Sekiro in a way. If you choose the Shira ending or the bad ending, you completely skip over the last sequence of the game. I think there's probably a couple of other games I played like that too. Normally Silent Hill is the one that comes to mind though. Oh, my head itches. What are you looking at, James? I saw you looking over this way. Oh, some handgun bullets. I've been getting dry scalp like really bad this year. I know it's kind of like gross and it makes me feel nasty talking about it, but yeah, I've just been getting like really bad dandruff this year. That's one of the only games I know that does it. Yeah, I feel like I know more. Whatever, just whenever, like, the situation comes up, I can just never remember, though. Oh, God damn, dude, I feel so tired. Alright, so let's see. Elevator, we have to store all of our stuff. I think that's like weight limit, one person. Guess to be there fair though, I do have like an entire arsenal with me. Today's my final day free from the stupidity at school. Ah, come on, man. You know you love it there. Yeah, honestly, I really miss going to school a lot. Because honestly, I still had a lot of fun with high school. Like, we still had our fair share of idiots and stuff, of course, but, like, for the most part, people kind of just kept to themselves in my school. No one really went, like, out of their way to really harass you, or at least when I was there, they didn't. I know after, like, my, I was gonna say generation, but after my grade graduated, it seemed like it started progressively just getting worse and worse. I've been thinking about asking this new girl out, but my commitment issues are getting in the way. Well, I mean, I guess the good thing being is that you're in high school, so, like, you know, a lot of people hook up and break up literally, like, weeks later, so I guess if you don't want to stay, like, long-term. There's nothing wrong either with, like, dating around and just trying to get, like, a general feeling of, like, the kind of people that you like, girls and, like, personality and stuff like that. People are starting to go out of their way to harass you now. Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much at the school. We have, like, a huge, like, suicide problem at our school. I know since graduating, we've had, like, 3 different kids that have, like, killed themselves there now. Because of just, like, the amount of bullying and stuff that goes on. Or maybe it was always that bad and just, like, even though I got bullied there, too, I kind of have, like, pretty thick skin. I don't try to take things personally. I mean, even then, one of my older bullies from, like, high school, too, kind of, like, even apologized to me, like, a while ago, back when I was still working at, like, the restaurant and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't very often that, like, I got bullied. It was mainly just, like, by, like, one person. And even then, like, most people kind of, like, frowned upon it and just didn't like him to begin with. Okay, so they do move. I thought... For some reason, I thought these were one of the guys where, like, they won't move unless you, like, shine the light on them. Because they don't have faces, so it's like, how are they supposed to know you're going by? I guess in that same vein, though, how do they know that you have your light on? Shit, where do I go to... Oh, I'm on the first floor, I think. So yeah, I need to go upstairs to get my stuff. Yeah, I rarely get bullied, but it was honestly the worst in middle school. I definitely do think bullying is a lot worse in middle school. Because, like, in middle school, you're younger. Kids are kind of, like, petty in middle school. I mean, I guess no matter what age you are, they're petty, but... I think another reason for me, too, why I think middle school bullying was worse was because, in high school at least, most of the people there had no idea who I was. Just because, like... Just because Vermont is such a small area, basically, like, 4 different towns kind of, like, converge together into this one high school, and just because of just the sheer, like, size of the area was just so small that there were just, like, what's the point in making high schools in all these, like, fucking towns when we can just do the same thing, essentially, with just, like, this one and for like 4 different places. Because in middle school, the people that I went to middle school with were the only ones that bullied me because, like, they knew me before high school. They knew my parents because obviously we'd be young kids. Parent-teacher conferences would still be a thing. We all lived in, like, the same town and stuff together, so they would obviously know about some of the things, like my parents' divorce and stuff like that. But after high school, like, most of my friends were from completely different schools. Just meeting new people who kind of, like, you start, like, a clean slate with, basically. So they have no reason to hate you or to really listen to, like, other people at all. And I think, honestly, that's why high school was better, because high school is kind of like your chance to reinvent yourself, almost. Same with, like, college, too. But I never went to college because I was lazy. I just had no reason, really, to go to college. Alright, I need to go into... Oh, this is not where I need to go. I need to go to the like, lobby area. I unironically wish I grew up around your time and near your area so we could have been close friends. I was in a lot of different social circles too. I had a lot of like different types of friends. Because honestly, after I grew like a set of balls and just stopped hanging out with like a lot of the assholes that would like bully me and stuff. Yeah, as soon as I like started ignoring them and just didn't pay attention at all, things just got way easier for me. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. So the other one mentioned shoes, so that's definitely gotta be Cinderella. The only reason I think the Little Mermaid was happy was because even though she lost her voice, she still lived on land and was able to, like, live with the prince or whatever. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse. And that one's definitely about Snow White and the apple. So fucking big brains, dude. Smartest man alive. Alright, stairs are over this way. Game testing you and your Disney princess knowledge. It is a general test, like generally like an actual test, because I don't know shit about Disney stuff. I was not a big Disney guy growing up. Even now, I'm still not a big Disney person. I think there's a lot of people that get like way too into Disney stuff. Okay, dog key time. Wait, I thought the dog key worked now, or do I have to wait for... Oh, I think I gotta wait for it to go into the other side. Wait, I don't get it. I thought... There's nothing to see. Because this is about the point of the game where you use the dog key. Hold on. I might actually have to... Shit. In order to get the dog ending, you must first unlock each of the other three. We did that. The rebirth ending, did that. Now that you have the dog key, you can use it in the observation room on the 3rd floor of the Lakeview Hotel. It can only be used after it has changed to the other world. Watch the tape to change it, then open the door to get the ending. What door? This one? Because the door that the dog should be in is this one. Am I not in the observation room? Oh, the observation room is literally just right next door. I see now.
前の仕業だったのか。
おしな、死んでる。何？I'm probably not going to listen to that the whole time, but it all makes sense now. Well, I'm pretty sure I now got the trophy for the extra riddle mode and the dog now. I guess they're not all in order.